Here's how I'll torture you, David.
Whoa? Test. Yo. Fixing audio. Wait, how are you back to... How? Okay. Users. Snow. Snowblade 103. No, you're at 354. Yeah, it does, but I don't know why it does. Gurjuvi, who apparently was 400 today. He's actually at 411. I guess it's just not updated. I don't know. It's being weird. Strange. Your face be so pale that it matches your shirt. It is very It's these filters. Maybe I just gotta like Yeah, but look how like weird it is. What's even causing this? Whoa. Whoa. I don't have I don't even know. It's when it goes away. What? Is it the gamma? The contrast? It's the contrast. What? I guess we don't need that filter. Laura Bailey canceled her con appearance. RIP. That happens more often than you think, not gonna lie. I'm without a car till tomorrow. What happened to your car? That actually sounds way more important. Some Chewy, dude, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Damn. Check engine light came on and it needs a new water pump because of the light. Oof. That sucks. Probably. I don't know my cars that well, but at least the fixing part. What's up, Nor Princess? They can't get it anywhere else except from my car manufacturer, so he wouldn't get it done till Thursday. Man, that sounds expensive. Not a fan. Not a fan of that for you. I'm just glad it happened here and not in Atlanta. Yeah, but what if he messes something up? And you don't notice? And then you're there in Atlanta and it's cooked. $800 for everything, so it's pretty cheap. Yeah, that's pretty cheap, man. Dude, glad to hear. I mean, I guess for a water pump replacement, yeah. I suppose it could have been worse. Oh, yeah. Weezer. Yeah, that's crazy, man. The disc can't be read. I'm going back through the chat. Make the font bigger? Wait, for what? Oh, the tutorial? You know, I guess I could do that. Oh, no. I mean, I would have to re-edit the video. I mean, I suppose just that portion and just, like, stretch it. I couldn't find the old, like, notepad program, so... kind of blows. Mrs. Innovative, if there was anything wrong with the engine or the transmission, we were car shopping today. Oof. A whole new car. Maybe it was just worth getting the $800 repair. My tattoo has reached its itchy phase. Yeah. Oh man, that is the worst part of it, in my opinion. Everyone always hates like the beginning portion where you're actually getting the tattoo. I'm like, I don't know. It just doesn't. I agreed. It was a small tattoo, but I basically agreed to not get the numbing cream for the first time so that I can understand how bad it can be. And if it's too bad, then, you know, numbing cream in the future. And it wasn't that bad. But again, it was a small part. So it probably would have been worse if we were going for like, you know, 5 hours or whatever. I'm not replacing an engine or a transmission on an almost 10-year-old car. A 10-year-old's not, it's not bad. Getting blood drawn hurts more than this? I don't know about that. I mean, you know, if you look at when they're like making the tattoo, when you look at the process, I feel like it hurts less because you understand what's happening, which doesn't make sense. But if you look at your blood getting drawn, it's so weird. I don't know if you guys ever experienced like a mosquito biting into you. But I don't know, one time I saw a mosquito like on me and I looked at it first. I gave it like a long stare and I'm like, I wonder what it feels like. It felt pretty weird. I flicked it off very quickly. I don't know. It was like, help. I don't know, when you're aware of stuff, it's odd. Either it's less painful or more. Jui, by the way, thank you for the 65 stream streak. I'm more fascinated with just how quickly the vial fills. The last time I had to get my blood drawn at the hospital, I got blood work. I'm not afraid of blood, but sometimes I look away, and I don't. It's because I experienced someone pass out from looking at getting their blood drawn. I don't think that would happen to me, but I don't know. I just kind of looked away. But one time I looked at it, I was like, damn, that's a lot of blood. I don't know why I look away. Maybe it's just weird. It's the weird feeling. Maybe it's because it's worse to see it in that aspect. I don't know. Yo, Captain Rex with the raid. Thank you. Welcome in. GTA LA Heist. Damn. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for coming in. Just in time for me to read out the Snowblade fun fact of the day. Did you know that on this day, in 1610, annoyed by guests picking their teeth at the table, French Cardinal Richelieu is said to have ordered the sharp tips of his table knives rounded off. The new implements also spread better or butter better. Oh, the creation of the butter knife. Wow. Crazy. North Princess with the 20 consecutive streams. Thank you, thank you. Damn. You guys got those streaks going. Can you imagine if they changed it and streaks only stayed if you watched like half of a stream? Dude, that would suck. I look at the name Captain Rex, and I think of the dude from Star Wars. I think his name was Rex, right? There's Commander Cody, and there was his name Captain Rex? I think so. Reminiscent. I think I had a Lego Captain Rex, yes. Yeah, I think I had a Lego set where, it's a long time. My God, how old was I? This is where I've got my name from? Hey, okay. Captain Rex from Star Wars. Hell yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, I remember a Captain Rex from Star Wars. He had like this cool, I don't know the specific names, but it was like a, you know, his ship, his starship or whatever. I thought it was pretty cool. Was he the one with the dual pistols? Was he like dual wielding? Now I gotta look it up. Captain Star Wars. Yes? Okay. Yeah, he was my favorite in the Clone Wars. Was he also the one that like, ooh, this could be spoiler territory. I mean, but it's such an old show. I think he, during Order 66. Nah, I'm not gonna get into it, but he was one of the good guys. I think him and Ahsoka were good, like, homies. Yeah, that guy was cool. Good username in that case. Extremely good. Captain Rex. You think he's in Bad Batch? I didn't watch that, though. I'm gonna play some No Man's Sky here in a little bit. Yesterday's gonna be odd. Or yesterday. Tomorrow's gonna be odd. Did I say yesterday? What? Tomorrow's gonna be odd because we're gonna play Phasmo with, you know, the usual group because there's an Alan Wake event happening. But Subnautica 2 also releases tomorrow. So either I'm going to do an early stream, which is much less likely, but either I'm going to do that, I'm going to do an early stream, and we're going to start on Subnautica, the new one, Subnautica 2, or I'm just gonna do the Phasmo and then jump right into Subnautica, which means there might be a short break so I can eat stuff, and then we get into the video game. It might just be a longer stream tomorrow, I don't know. Early the hell? Well, Subnautica comes out, but I already locked in to Phasmo, and I don't really want to cancel it because what do you call it? It's the Alan Wake event. And I know it goes on for 3 weeks, but I don't know how long Subnautica 2 goes on for. And I don't know if there'll be another game in between, aside from maybe No Man's Sky for our space travel. Yo, Ireland with the 35 stream streak. Thank you, man. Invite them to Subnautica also? No. Dude, Subnautica is not co-op, in my mind. If you lose the sense of being alone with a bunch of, like, weird alien fish, I think it sucks. I will not play a co-op. Horror games, dude, they lose the scare factor if you get a weapon or if you're with, like, other people. It's my interesting take. That's just how I view horror games. I wouldn't be scared of the deep ocean if there was someone else with me. That's just how I operate in like 90% of all things. Socially, video gaming. The moment there's someone else there, I don't know. I lock in. If I'm alone in a room full of strangers, I would probably not speak to any of them. If I'm in a room full of strangers and a friend, I might carry the conversations. I don't know. I don't know why I operate that way, but I always have. So that's the other thing. My fear of the deep waters, the ocean, and the unknown would be swept away in Subnautica 2 if I play with others. I think so. Also, like, if I played with Leaf, for example, and she was just panicking the whole time, I would probably just laugh more than realizing that I'm in the deep ocean. So, there you go. Although, man, I expected the game to be way more expensive. I did get like $8 off because I own the other Subnautica games, which is huge. Honestly, big discount. Yeah, if you own both of them, you can just get the Deep Ocean bundle. Wait. Wait, is the Deep Ocean bundle normally $40? Oh, 80. What? Oh, because the other games are on sale. It's 40. Oh. Well, in any case, if you have the other Subnautica games, I got Subnautica 2 for like way cheaper. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. TYVM for all the stream streaks today. Damn, everyone's popping off. What's everyone's like largest stream streak? I think mine is 12 or like 13. Did he? It's for Soda Poppin', and he hasn't been live again in like 2 weeks. Oh, my bad. 4 days. Don't ask what my stream streak for Yuland is. What is it? Tell me. You know, you could have just said the streak without mentioning Yuland, and I probably wouldn't have even like made that assumption or that correlation. Some streamers have been turning off their streaks. They're like, nah, this is unhealthy. 69 in Leafs right now. Used to have over 100 in someone else's, but he decided to stream Uma at like 4 a.m. one day. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, I also had, I think it was like 80 something with Soda Poppin'. And then I don't remember what I think he just went live at the most random hour for no reason. And I was like, okay, guess I missed it. And I didn't realize, and Twitch didn't notify me to go like watch a clip. So I lost it. 494. I keep forgetting that Yulen had it like early access. That's a huge streak, man. I wonder what the longest streak could be here on Twitch. Here's mine, and it'll be 125 tomorrow. Damn. 125 though, jeez. I do think I have a streak in Leafs. It's not a big one though. It's just some days I make it in time, some days I don't. And I don't have the motivation to watch a clip to fix it. I lost a streak in the channel. I was in the 80s, and the next day they went like, I was back to 0 with no warning. That happened to Juvie with this channel. He was here in the stream for like almost the entire stream that day. And I don't know, it didn't count and he lost the streak. I don't really know why that happened or how. I didn't have to reboot the stream, so that was an odd one. Opti started the stream at 4 a.m. Happens more often than you'd think. Remember like EO. Because Twitch ooped. Yeah, that's pretty true. That is pretty true. It's cool to see all the streaks though. I mean, it's so inconvenient probably on this stream because well, I was gonna say it's inconvenient in the sense that we stream 5 days a week, and that inconvenience is that, oh man, I have to be here for these. You really don't, because you can just watch the clips or whatever, or the VOD, and it saves you from that or whatever, right? What's up, Shirquan? That's why I sometimes do a redeem to make myself count as a view. Oh, true. But you could be a lurker, because I don't interact with Soda's stream at all. I just have it open. I wonder if that's why I lost the streak. Or if it's just because he went live late. I don't know. I think my longest streak is on his channel, though. Or it could be Lucy. I don't really watch Lucy, though. I open the stream. I have it on the side for a little bit. And I just switch. It's just not my cup of tea, I suppose. At times. My late streak is 152, but I'll probably lose it since he goes live at 4 a.m. and I'm going to be sleeping at night again. Oh, true, yeah. Wait, 4 a.m.? What? I mean 4 a.m. I know he does morning streams at like 6 in the morning or something like that. Those I just miss those. There's no way. And then lately, I just don't have the time after I'm done streaming to stop by. This is an off week. I'm finally done with my semester until Monday when my next one starts. So pretty good. The summertime is going to be a little bit more in terms of school, university, whatever. It'll be a lot easier because I'm only taking 2 courses and it's one course for 7 weeks and then the next course for 7 weeks. Should be pretty good in terms of time, but you know, we'll see because job money. 7 a.m. that's 3 a.m. for me. Oh, right. I forgot. Hi at everyone. It's pretty lazy. It's pretty lazy, dude. I should get an at everyone, like, emote. I think 7TV has something like at everyone. Oh my god, there is one for, like, it's just Discord. Everion. No one else is gonna use this, though. I'm adding it, though. Everyone. Failed to parse string. Invalid emote alias. What? I can't do at? Oh, you can't. Well, rip. Crazy, man. Yeah, it won't let me. Oh, well. All right. Wednesday. I almost consider just asking Juvie, Rose, and Ty if they would be down to do Phasmo today, but it was going to be too last second at that point. Rose was probably asleep. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I don't want to reschedule it to the day before. And in all honesty, I will start Subnautica 2 and hopefully it is stable and a decent game. Which means we probably won't do other games much while I'm in the Subnautica grind. Which means No Man's Sky will become my off-stream game again. I mean, it's currently my only game everywhere, global, on and off-stream, but it's Wednesday, my dudes. Can you believe how old that meme is now? It's crazy. It's from Vine, dude. The Vine days. Back in my day. Back in my Vine. Alright, we're gonna get into some No Man's Sky. I have not like too much to do today, but I'm sure we'll find some malarkey to get into. So thanks y'all for hanging out. Yeah, we're doing a lot of exploration games lately. Or I guess we're really gonna get into the exploration games, but you know, No Man's Sky, Subnautica. I wonder if the I still want to finish the Red Plague mod, but now I'm concerned that it'll just never. It'll be too late in the sense of like, well, Subnautica 2 is already out, and this game is just better. But I do want to finish the Red Plague, so hopefully it comes out soon. Act 3 is like the final one, from my understanding, so that's cool. Good to see everyone. Hope everyone's Wednesday is going well. Where did I even stop? Am I in my base? I made a new home. I'm going to start the fishing arc soon. I think I need a fishing tool. I might be wrong on that. I'm not sure, but I don't currently have a way to fish, I don't think. Unless I have to just shoot them. If there's no fishing minigame, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed. Alright, what's going on? Load in. We got 33 hours on that. This battery's filled. Excellent. So this is my new base. Yes, it is another waterfront property, but first of all, this planet has glowing red grass, which is awesome. It's not glowing at the moment because it's daytime. I'm gonna make this staircase go all the way down probably, and then I'm gonna make a dock. Fishing. And that'll be the life. Also, it's a weird, like, planet with bubbles. Like, it says, bilious storms, which, essentially means completely painful... Oh. I want you to understand something. I need you to understand. I found this place yesterday, and I've been on this planet for maybe like 5 hours in game, or like in real life rather, with no storms. So I was convinced that bilious storms is just like some fake thing. So I was like, all right, I guess there's just no actual storms here. Oh, so now I go live as I'm introducing the house, literally talking about the weather. And we get hit with the... Oh, it's gone. Okay, well, I mean, they're short-lived. Oh, never mind. Spoke it into existence. It's actually kind of insane that happened. Some Smexy Lexi. The resale value. Yeah, we don't la 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 and all that, but... You know, we have our own problems with property, management. What is this? Hey, wait, I want that. Oh, I got a new starship. I was talking about the solar starship. We finally got it. Uh, look how nice, man. So, I was gonna say that these storms don't exist, and apparently it's because I'm on a bubble planet, and the bubble planets, for whatever reason, just don't have storms. But clearly I'm wrong. In any case, yeah, there's just sporadic random bubble spawns, which is kind of cool. And this will be my homeworld. It'll be my homeworld with a gigantic fishing dock. I've already pre-planned how it's gonna look. I think that's about it. I need to go upgrade this, because this new ship doesn't have all the upgrades that the previous one did. I traded that one out, which is extremely sad. I kind of regret it, just because, you know, there was chemistry with that ship. But now I have clairvoyance too. Which has crazy little animation stuff. Oh, here we go. Here come the solar things, the panels. Chemistry. Oh, you don't like chem? I didn't even take it. I did. You did like chemistry, but it was ruined? Is it one of those instances of like, this became my job, so it's no longer fun? No, I picked something at random to do. Co-chemistry is kind of my life now. My constant fear of like starting a job in something that I'm passionate about. The game's a little laggy today. Kind of odd. This does not typically happen. Okay, we need to do some exploration. I think the water's actually a good start. Because I have a mission to complete an entire planet's... Oh, here we go. Look at this. Glowing red grass. It's so cool. There's also a drop pod nearby. Granted, I kind of need antimatter at the moment. Unfortunately, this is a copper planet. Alright, let me think of my priorities here. Let's, you know what? We'll do the planet thing later, or I might just do that on my own time, because it's gonna be a little tedious and annoying. I should visit all the bases. The sentry's coordinates. Potential overseer recruit. Visitor waiting. Chemistry. Hey, at least it's not rocket science, am I right? Unless you got into that a little bit too. In which case, that's pretty crazy. This game is like bitrate destruction overload. If I'm on a ship, bitrate destruction. If I'm just warping from one place to another, bitrate destruction. Dude, these captions kind of blow. Physics within the same teaching slots as IT back in school? Oh. Interesting. Ooh, standing increase, but I add... This is only a one-time thing though, right? They ask for a place to hide. I don't know what criminal stuff you've done, but, you know, seeing as I'm a bounty hunter, I don't think I can have a moral... A strict moral compass. I literally kill things in order to, Wait, what is this? Oh my god, we got a galactic trade terminal on here. Copper.
Product received.
Gold?
Product
That's really cheap. Wait, what?
Product received.
Why is everything so cheap here? Maybe it's just because it's my land?
Product received.
Amino chambers. Yeah, that's a little less cheap, but, you know, kind of fair. Dude, you can't even... Hey. Sales Gek. What are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? You got wiring looms for... Ooh. Yeah, it's high demand. Quantum computer, yoink.
Received. Product
I lost all my
received.
navigation data because I accidentally traded stuff in. So that's nice. Alright. This is 218k for 3. This is... Oh, you don't have a wiring loom. Okay. Nothing of value, really.
Units received. Units received.
Well, that's interesting that physics and IT are the whole same shebang. I saw a post the other day about someone that wants to switch from IT to basically like space engineering and like rocketry, and I was like, wow, that is quite the jump. That is quite the jump, my friend. What was that? Neuron cannon module. I need this. We gotta rank up. Oh, neutron cannon. Molly with a 95 stream streak, thank you. Thank you very much. 200 chromatic metal, and I can upgrade this, get 24k productivity and more happiness. Alright. I say we do that. Where did I park my... This portable refiner? I'm gonna put this right next to the base of operations. Oof.
Technology recharge.
Copper. Do I really want to use 716 of it? Yeah, I lost everything. Go for it. I'm wondering how this weather thing works, because supposedly... I mean, maybe just being inside resets the radiation? I don't know. Kind of a confusing building. Alright, what are we looking at here with the bioshed? 120 nitrogen. Dude, nitrogen? I don't know how to get that aside from the fleet. Amino chamber. I can make it S-class if I grab my amino chambers. I mean, they'll be happier. But I feel like we have worse concerns than joy at the moment. You know? Almost 2 million in debt. But our productivity is at 256k, so we're almost getting to the point where this will be a little bit more promising. Habitation unit, again. Ionized cobalt. Okay. Nitrogen. What do we got here for upgrades at the market? Yeah, I just think this is the better play. It'll be more expensive temporarily, but like I think it'll make sense.
Toxic protection falling.
And the thing is,
Toxic protection falling.
I could wait for the next major building decision, I suppose. Wait, this habitation unit is completely empty. Isn't this A tier? It is. No one lives here? Okay. Do you just live in this one? Okay, well, this isn't exactly a home unit. Do you guys just not sleep? Are there no beds in this game? What's going on here? Sleeping pod. Okay. Am I meant to, like, furnish this place? Oh, here. Hello. What is this? This is the pub? Can I upgrade this? Sleep Pod Collective. 300 magnetized ferrite. People will be less happy if I contribute to upgrading another sleeping unit? What's the logic there? How many, like, civilians do we have? $20 out of 54. Uncultured. Where's the recreation center? Is this it? No, this is the market. Where's this recreation center? Hold on, I see.
Toxic protection falling.
Silence. Is that unidentified? What was that?
Units received.
Agricultural unit. Where's this rec center they're talking about? Unless the market just counts as a recreational center. Huh, no idea. Alright, let's upgrade it at least, because that'll be good. Alright, you're gonna become B class. That should be pretty sick. No pending decisions. All right, let's go to see how the expedition went on here. Yeah, I'm just getting my dailies out of the way. Or I guess my hourlies, more or less. Why'd you tab me out? Ask me later. Oh dear. Something's either up with the PC today or the video game. Or maybe it's just to re-render everything. Maybe it's like dailies. My Chemical Romance is making an announcement tomorrow. This is one of my hot takes that some bands need to know when it's time to stop. I think at some point it needs to stop. You know, Blink-182 released some new music, and I'm gonna be honest, it was awful. One of my favorite bands growing up. What does pure ferrite become? Magnetic ferrite. I mean, that is a very hot take for me because it's almost privileged in a way to be like, yeah, I already saw them live, so who cares? Not me. Why would I care? I already saw them live. Chemical romances. Oh god, chemicals. Anything chemical related. Dioxide becomes ferrite dust. Well, that seems like a bloody waste. We're not gonna use this yet. Actually, just hold on to it. Actually, just hold on to it. No. Alright, what's going on here? We got wiring looms. That's good. We've also got more amino chambers in here. Oh, I lost my quantum computers. That blows. That kind of sucks. I lost all of my gold. Oh, the misery. Sulfurine. Or is it sulfurine? Or is it sulfurine? Or is it sulfurine? Or is it sulfuric acid? Okay. What went on over here? Is it good? This better be good news. This is your first expedition with this fleet. What do we got? Wow, you actually covered the entire 4,500 light years? Dream aerial. Units, magnetized ferrite, indium. More units. Living pearl. More units. Relatticed arc crystal. What? I've never even... More units. And... Wow. Okay, that is extremely impressive. That is extremely impressive. 100k. Can probably go up in value as well, for sure. Can I make... What do I need? Dihydrogen and tritium. Okay. We need to make a bunch of the 200-ton ones. It just makes more sense. What is Dream Aerial? What? Carrying this antenna into the deep space may attract attention of cosmic megafauna. What? Subconscious access device. Interesting. Augmentation for the colossal hyperdrive. Wait, no, this is not what we wanted. We want, How do I upgrade the actual... I mean, this is A tier. It's about to, like... In 169 successful encounters. Oh, God, okay. Can I not upgrade this? I thought there was a way to, like, upgrade these. This one's not very expensive in terms of fuel. This one's extremely expensive. This one is not that expensive. Cool. Custom-built reactor. Impressive. Impressive indeed. Warp map. Okay, I guess I can't do that. I think we're out of fuel, so I can't really send anyone out. What do we got today? Balanced expedition. We just send out... Yeah, okay, we don't have fuel. Alright, so we need dihydrogen, which I don't think I have any of. I have dihydrogen jellies. Alright, let's go get some of that. Probably just get it from around here somewhere. Or I could just teleport home. Okay. This thing's very slow. I might build a second one. Let's go to Kaini. This will be a good excuse to, like, do the quick scan journey, but also find some dihydrogen. I think there's some, like, right outside the base, to be honest. I'm thinking about, like, redoing the color scheme of this model. More specifically, just... It's too... It doesn't have enough colors to it. I think I liked the hoodie better when it was red. Ow. I can't believe that the Poland-Japan Foundation created their own VTuber as a signal of friendship. I think more countries should be doing that. I don't know about you guys, but I think more countries should lock into that. You know, I was thinking the other day, because we had this conversation about, like, anime and how... You know, some of us fell out of it, and it's like, oh, it's not as good anymore. But then also, we talked about, like, Japan during the retro, like, VHS store streams. I realized that maybe it just, like, it's an evolved interest. In the sense of, like, well, first of all, there is such thing as major burnout, and I'm definitely majorly burnt out on anime in general. But I think it just evolved into VTubers, because you can see them live. You're like interacting with anime almost. And not in a weird way, but you know. What? Where is it? Huh? Blind question mark? Oh, here's dihydrogen. That doesn't even look like what I thought it would look like. So I'm sorry, how much fauna? I'm still missing some. Underground? Oof. Underground and underwater. Okay. Need more dihydrogen. Yes. I'm just gonna get a plethora of it. The one, like, major downside... Okay. One major downside of this place, at least in my opinion... Wow, we got 4 data salvage. What is this? Oh, I'm down. Cool, thanks. The grass is so tall that you can't see, like, the rocks and stuff. Unless it's tall enough, I guess. This kind of low-key looks like the poisonous plant in Poland, except it's yellow instead of, like, yellow and white. The flowers are white. If you get too close to it, you can literally, like, smell the toxicity of it. It's bad. It's a very parasitic plant. And it spreads like wildfire, so you want to get rid of it fast. We actually had one in our, like, back area in Poland. It's not good. Gotta get rid of it. Especially if you have a pet, because then... Is this another one? Oh. Hey, stop. I'm just here for dihydrogen. Why are there so many of them? This dude's gonna tell me I have no access to my own home. Another one. Another one. Dude. Suddenly they're everywhere. Did Leaf even stream today? She had a very long stream. It's kind of busy in the morning, so I didn't even get to, like, see. Should I get that suit upgrade? I guess we can. We're here. No? Oh, damn. I mean, I say, oh, damn, but... quite the long stream yesterday. Sure, let's do that. Let's do the drop pod. Don't. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. The trees, are they real or not? I don't know. This is the Truman Show experience.
Life support power low.
Nah, it's not that bad. I went searching for dihydrogen. There's just a bunch out here. Dude, reality really set in for this game the other day. I realized this entire time that, you know, obviously I'm in one galaxy. And that's totally fine. I was wondering how long it would take me to get to the next one. So I just flew in one direction on the warp map out of curiosity. After 5 minutes of just non-stop going forward and realizing that I'm still in the same galaxy, I'm like, wow, okay. That must mean there's only like a couple galaxies, because there's no way this game is that big, right? I opened the wiki, and there's 100-something galaxies in this game. And I'm only in one. And to get from one galaxy to the other, it would actually take like days of warp travel. Even if I had like full stock in prep. I couldn't fathom that for a moment. I was like, this is very large. Jumbo huge video game. Kind of insane. Got oil up this chair, man. It be shrieking for real. Hello? I'm just going to my freighter. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, there's no Steam Maidens. What's going on here? Just kind of running poorly today. Yeah, me neither. I didn't play this game after the 2016 release because I was extremely disappointed. I effectively said I would never play this game ever again. I was super hyped for this game. Like, I went to IRL events that were going on. IRL hosted events for this game in New York. I was like, oh boy, this is cool. This is really cool. I can't wait for it to release. Oh, what a fool I was. But they have proven that they could do it. It might just take 10 years of improving. Not the norm for the industry to support a game in that state. Yeah. I mean, I'm really glad this game is as good as it is now. It's awesome. It's actually, I'm overwhelmed with how much this game has compared to what it had when I first played it. It was awful. I still put in like 21 hours, but now I have already put in what, like 50 hours into this game. Great. I mean, it's not consistent 50 hours because I just leave it open. Okay, what would be the rating if I sent all of these out of curiosity? Still 1 star. Do I really want to send... It's only 960 light years. Nah. Wait, what kind of thing is this? It's just... I say... Wait, what is this stat? Wait. Oh, exploration. Ew. Are they all bad at exploration, really? 13 hours here. I last played August 14th, 2016. Yeah, that was me as well. Yes. Wow. I mean, I guess just send Cyclosa, or a song. I can't do these other ones. I think they'll fail. Yeah, I have the save file from the 14th of 2016. What was that? Oh, hey. I thought it said like Entity Zone. I'm like, what is Entity Zone? Yeah, but great game now. I could see myself like maining this game, probably not always on stream, but this could be like set in stone, almost MMO, like 15,000 hours. Whenever I have free time, for sure. It keeps saying that there's someone here. Are you on the freighter? I need an overseer. Is it you? Or are you just trying to trade? I mean, seriously, this game has so much more since the release, it's crazy. It does finally have multiplayer. Oh, Convergence Cube. Ooh, you're scamming me. Kinda messed up, bud. Wow, okay. Alright. That's how it's gonna be. Wow, minus 1% for a Storm Crystal? Fine, just buy it.
Received.
Ooh, you'll buy the Aronium. But I kind of might need that for my base, so... Yeah. Cannot recruit pilot? I don't want a pilot. Where's this? Where's the overseer? Where is this guy? Where'd they even be? It's probably easier to find on a space station, to be honest. Where are you, the overseer? Hey. You don't look like overseers. They couldn't give him like a glow. Honestly, there's still stuff in this game that kind of blows. I bought this ship, but I did a trade-in with my other one, and it told me I needed to move my inventory elsewhere. So they have this prompt that lets me just click all of my inventory items from the previous ship, and essentially I transferred them over somewhere. I don't know where, but basically that's what I did. And then I did the trade, and then I lost everything from that storage, which was a lot of chromatic metal, which is extremely painful. I had like 1,000 of it, now I have 183. It was misery. Painstaking misery. Hello, you're on my crew. Where is this overseer guy? Where? It says potential overseer. Where? Maybe do I go to the overseer computer thing? You can recruit overseers and space stations. Oh, maybe it's in... Hold on. Maybe they're just at the space station here. Whoa. That'd be crazy. That would literally be so crazy. Is it at 100%? 74? I think it's quite slow when it comes to charging these, No, I do not want your... No. Actually, wait. Damn it, I already left. Left a little sector. We need an exploration ship next. Alright, which one of you are an overseer? Is it you? Divine, I've already spoken to you. Okay. What? Are you an overseer? Work Gek. What? You are the overseer. This would be really awkward, having a Gek overseer and an entire, like, freighter full of Krovaks, because I don't think they like each other. Welcome aboard, bud. We gotta learn some of the language. The Korvax symbol for carapace. Thank you. Huge learning. Huge knowledge. Why are you glowing? Hello? Hi. Why are you glowing? Hello? Okay. I don't know why he's glowing, but it's weird. I mean, it's cool, but it's weird. Whole lot of nothing. Alright, goodbye. What was that? I don't think I have to restore standing with anyone. I think we're pretty good. Whoa, what is this? 1,362 damage potential. For 1 mil. Show me my... These are the ones we have to compare. No, this one's 2K. Ha! See him. Not even close. I did finally acquire a gun. Vulnerable server. Yoink.
Units received.
Excellent. Overseer acquired. Let us go back to our freighter. Hello. Show me. Your exploration is tier 4, which is nice. You're a trade ship. We already have a trade ship. We already have a trade ship. Your exploration's pretty goated. Unfortunately, I can't accept that. Alright, let's fly around for a little bit, because if we can find an exploration one, that'd be kind of sick. Hey. Show me. Okay, you have no exploration stats. That's embarrassing. Goodbye. What do we got over here? Four exploration, 23 trade. No. Sorry. Where are the exploration ones, man? Hello. Do you guys explore? No, you don't. It's all just trade ships here. Which is, like, cool, but... What do we got? Show me. You're the same one. Alright. That one blows. Gotta look for another fleet. You look like an explorer. What are you? You look different. Ooh, combat. Exploration 4, combat 24. Only damaged twice in 5 expeditions. Cloaking device. No. Again, trade. Okay, it was a different looking one. What's this? What's good? Do you guys trade? Combat again. No. What do we got over here? We got matching ships? Nice. I want to build my own. But it's hard to find the parts. Dude, no, there's not a single exploration one here. Like, what's going on? Alright, that one looks like it explores, right? Surely. Come on. Excellent. 1.5. You have no expeditions. Oh my god, it's so loud. I need to find one without the TikTok sound. So dumb.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? What?
Hello, Omega Wolf. Good to see you, man. Oh god. Just pressing buttons. You know, those cost bits, so... This guy's crazy. Nut. Wait, what? That one costs bits? There...
Oh my goodness!
Squidward! Oh. Oh my god, I thought they were just shooting the frigate. I was like, why?
Oh brother,
This guy stinks! That angle, right? This is crazy. Oh god, not that one. Not that one. I hate that one. When did I add that, dude? When? Oh my god, it's 1,000 bits.
Mr. Krabs, start digging in your butt, Rick.
I'm getting out of here. Whoa. Going crazy.
Listen.
I never missed the Navi one, gotta be honest. After the streams. Yeah, it's like drinking culture and exploration. I was like, yeah. What's up?
Nimbus Company!
This guy has a monopoly of bits and gifted subs too, apparently.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard.
Chicken jockey.
Now they're just going crazy. I have pressed every button. Which one was your favorite?
I think you should die. I think I should kill you.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it a lot. Yes.
Yeah.
I do want you to die.
Yes.
I don't really care if it's painful or not.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to exist.
No, I agree.
Company!
Thank you for the bits, guys. Lord. Oh my god. Let's do Indium. Double it up.
Okay, Garmin. Video speichern.
That one I love. That one's pretty good. Beautiful. Beautiful morning. Video spikern. Toss between Pedro and I love. Interesting. Interesting. What? Okay, thanks for glass. A new product recipe learned? Frost crystal. If you prepare chromatic metal, I will use it to calibrate a science terminal. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I recruited this dude on a Corvax freighter fleet. And it's just funny because it's just yeah. Thank you for the sub, Omega Wolf. Oh my goodness, going crazy. How's I myself not subbed? You know, sometimes it really do be like that. I was subscribed to a channel for... Oh. Wait. I was subscribed to a channel for a long time. And... I never followed, I forgot. And then it was just awkward. I just hear madness and could only type a message now. Sup, Johan. You know, Omega Wolf's out here. Going crazy. Sometimes it's Pedro time. I agree. Okay. I want a storage container, I guess. More storage is nice. Alright, where do I want to build a science terminal? All of our like main terminals are over here, basically. Or do I want to just connect it here? Nah, this is for like all that stuff. We want more? You guys are insane. I'm moving to Canada. There's something out there. There's gotta be. Why do my solar wings not? What happened? Clearly, this is John Tim himself. My country currently sucks. I mean, gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know if it's much better. Oh! Not sure. Oh, wait, we can just get silver from here. What am I doing? I remember why I made it 1,000 bits now.
Mr. Krabs, start digging in your butt, twin.
Oh my god. Yes? Yeah, it's NDA, right? Understandable. Silver. How much do I need?
Okay, Garmin. Video speichern.
That just makes me think of Juvie. It's just, I feel like that's something he would do.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? What?
Subi. Crazy. Just insane. Just insane. Who's that? That's Justin. Hey, thank you for gifting a sub to Uncle Johan. Oh god. Do you see this guy? Dude, they're like purposely trying to get in my line of fire. I'm not a pirate, I'm a bounty hunter. Yeah. Who said you could gift me a sub? Well, clearly the Canadian prince. I didn't even know they had princes in Canada, but now I know.
Hostile scan detected.
Oh. Speak of pirates. No, fight me. I'm better. You will die. Let's go.
Hostile ships approaching.
I'm a pirate, that's where I get all the money. Huge. Ah, so you probably work for that fit girl. Oh my god, they're deploying the combat frigate, what? The game's really on one today, though. It really just, it's running so horribly. Oh my god.
Hostile ships defeated.
They really try to mess with me, and then my entire fleet is just like, hey man, let's nuke them. Scatter blaster, I don't have that. Thank you again, you psychopath. I appreciate it. It's crazy. It is crazy, it is crazy. We lost Sour Patch Pete the other day, need a replacement. We are hiring. I don't have top of the line skills of that aspect, but you know. At least assuming I was right yesterday. Alright, do we got any new... Oh. I don't know when the dailies reset. You can learn on the job? I guess that's true. If someone from Twitch is watching, please read this as a joke. Yeah. It is, we are just kidding. He is not a pirate. Mostly. Wait. Oh yeah. Science specialist. Let's put that here. Mr. Twitch is always watching. I don't know about that. Hire a scientist. Oh, from okay, so all of it's space station recruitment. Can I move rooms?
I love.
I can't. Clearly, I need to look into more of these NDA jobs. Whatever they are. Wait, what? Why is this empty?
Product received.
Ooh, 900k. But
Product
the price could be pretty good elsewhere, so. What's the point of the ducting? I don't want it. I have like 8 of them.
received.
103k for 300 gold. Wow. Okay. That one a couple of years back that got a 3-day ban for full frontal backspread. Oh god. Oh god. Hello, scientist. I passed my test. Well, we're gonna make this guy's day. Think not of payment? I was okay with paying him, but alright. You say so. I was completely okay with that. Bro said, it's all good. I'm here for the experience. Gotta learn on the job. I did not know of that one. You probably did.
Units received.
It's funny because she was specifically invited to TwitchCon. It's crazy. Oh god. That's where a lot of the discussion came to be. Thank you again for the overwhelming support. Good lord. I'm very bad with words. And my dopamine receptors are fried. Or my brain is. Something's fried. It's not chicken. I have all the emotes. Oh my god, you collected them all. You got Kumi, you got Leaf, Boshi, Tot. Is this Pumpkin Potion? That's Pumpkin Potion. Jakuba. Cabal. Chris. Oh, Puck. Look at all the emotes. That's crazy, right? Back in my real estate era, I too would have been able to flaunt a couple emotes. That's what I used to do with my real estate money. I would do what Omega Wolf does now. Maybe not to such an extent. Safe to say, I've been ratioed. It's insane. You should do it again. I'm broke. I collected another stone. Bino's a good one. That's a good one. She's a pretty good streamer. Marrow bulb and cobalt. Oh god. Okay. That might take a while, homie. Can I remove this wall? Inside the module. I want to remove the wall. Michi! I think I gotta move this one. It's gotta be like in this quarter here somewhere. Look, this is nice and open. Why do these have to have walls? Yeah, Michi's the good one. I do enjoy the Michi streams. Now, I don't like that this is here. Can I just have, like, an empty room out of curiosity? I mean, I could have another cultivation chamber. What? Advanced integrated fighter equipment. User to summon any owned exocraft. Oh, I don't have exocrafts. Were you the one who told me to gift Leaf that 100 while she was offline? I don't think it was me. Although, I probably might have. Or it's probably something I would have done. I need 2 microprocessors for the Galactic Trade Room. I think we just go buy them. I think that was the voices in your head. I don't think I did that. I'm guilty of doing that. I mean, I just say it for the meme every time, like, I'm on a Leaf stream. I'm always like, guys, any gifters in chat right now? And guys, don't forget about your primers. I never saw what they look like. Oh, if you mean on VR chat, no, it was not me. No, definitely not. Randy Orton. Oh my god, 4 mil? Ooh. Yoink.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
Wait, this is crazy. God. What is that, dude? Oh my god. What is that emote? Radiant. Warrior. I need to find solar ships. How did you find them? Did you just do like... Oh my god. I stacked up. That's crazy. I want to build my own. Did you use the portal teleportation? I haven't finished the story, so it's possible you did that. Another stone! Yes, very good. One day, we'll force her to stream again. And it's gonna be poggers. One day. One day she'll come back and play Subnautica 2. I need more coffee. I'm like fried today, dude. Use portals. Use the language thing or whatever. The sigils. The actual like planet big portal thing with codes. Don't let him get all the stones. He's too powerful now. It's too late. Yes? Okay. I gotta get that then. It's too late. We can't win. GG, bro. You're insane. Thank you. What did you want? What? Abandoned building for data. Okay, we need 250 uranium. Furnish the interior of the Corvette Starship. I don't think I'm ever going to touch that thing ever again. You say the word chudlet? No problem, I got you. Oh, that was a Lucy Pyre emote. Will do. Yesterday was crazy in there, chat. Okay, we gotta get marrow, bulb, and cobalt. Which I think, honestly, both are quite accessible. I think. Me when I'm Boshi.
Tylko jedno w głowie mam, koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam w krainę zapomnienia.
Hey, H Brown with the resub. Thank you, man. Thank you. For the 29-month resub. Lucy Pyre, where? Maybe streaming. Oh, this is Frost Crystal. It doesn't have cobalt, so by default we pretend that doesn't exist. You got cobalt over here? What's going on? No cobalt. You got cobalt over here? Yes. Indeed you do. Hey guys, I'm Bosh and I hate MMORPGs. Just unbelievable. I don't know Boshi that well, but I'm pretty sure this is a perfect impression. It is exact. We had the conversation yesterday on Leaf stream. Unbelievable. As I am an MMORPG player, it's just unbelievable. Oh, there goes the bitrate. I'll be back at some point if you're still here. Should be here. Should be here. Thank you again for your crazy support. I appreciate it. It's wild. What is this planet? Oh. Look after your money. Please look after your money. To let you know I love. Thank you. Insanity. Puts them into a retirement fund or something. At this point, I'm convinced it's all for the love of the game. What are you?
Units received.
It's a Blungus.
Units received.
Whoa. It's Dumbo the elephant. Hidden extra tongue. Don't know if I want to know that. The love of the game.
Protection falling.
Respect. See you around, Omega Wolf. That guy is crazy, chat. It's just crazy.
Technology recharge.
Retirement fund, though. Alright, we need cobalt. Video gamers. I need to find cobalt. The hydrogen. Me when I'm pancakes, don't say it. She'll be back. Probably. Oh, sorry.
Technology
That is
recharge.
what she says.
Units received.
What is that?
Units received.
Okay, goodbye. Huh? Squillium.
Units received.
I should start renaming them a little bit. But I need cobalt. If I forget, then it's cooked. Cobalt. Good point. Are you gonna order us pancakes for the whole squad? I would love nothing more than to be able to do that. Truly. Sub Carlos. Hoagies for okay, ow. Hoagies for everyone. What is that?
Units received.
What is this? Occasionally eats rocks. I kind of want this little guy. Wait, do I have space? I might not be able to. Cannot adopt. Tease out honey. Okay, I don't even want to know. Where do I find my creatures? Orb things? I have some really crazy looking, Look, I got this guy. Robot dog. I got Hal, literally just a floating red orb. I named him Ico. This one's kind of mid. Goodbye, Ico. I want Glorbus. Be my friend. Customize appearance. Oh, right. I can give you a little, like... Wait, the visual monitor looks kind of good. Cargo pack. We'll do cargo pack. Oh!
Thermal protection falling.
Glorbus. My friend. I don't want to spend my nanites at the moment. So we're just gonna hold on to that. What a guy. Just gonna eat rocks? Maybe I don't... Oh, hello. Okay. I'll never complain about one of these.
Technology repaired.
Wait, what happened to all my...
Temperature levels stabilizing.
Hey, get away. Let's go, Galorbis. He's like currently tracking a life form. I'm sure that's fine. Oh wait, I just needed the housing. Oops. Do you still play Radiant or no, not really? I assume you like you played a lot. I remember you were playing it a lot.
Technology repaired.
Epic. Remember when we were here for Cobalt? I remember. Cobalt. Hey. I like the snow planets the most, which is really funny. But I've said it before, I like snow. Wait. I like snow in video games substantially more than I like snow IRL. Did I miss the cobalt deposit here? I flew directly at it.
Thermal protection falling.
Yeah, whatever. Is this the one? Wait, there's new stuff? I don't even know what the new stuff is. I mean, obviously for me, because I haven't played since 2016.
Technology recharge.
All of this is new to me. Dude, where is this cobalt? Am I going crazy? Am I like... I don't travel that fast.
Thermal protection falling.
Yeah, I know. But to hold E to tag it? No. Hey, no backseating in the chat room, okay? That's bannable.
Units received.
Xeno battles in April? Oh yeah, you can like actually use the pets you recruit or whatever you adopt. Whoa. We do need the marrow from whatever, the plant marrow. Yeah, cave marrow, these. I don't remember how much, but we need it. Oh yeah, I could also just get cobalt from here. Is that it? We have enough? Excellent.
Units received. Units
Got a gravity gun?
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
I should be getting boosted units. Because I have... Or I thought I had. Oh yeah, this. No. Yeah, the rewards plus 4,000%. A scrapping mechanic with trucks? Oh my god, look at all this. Excellent. Yeah, I'm fairly new to this, considering that I played in 2016 and then never again. I don't really know what's going on, but I do be enjoying it. For sure, for real, for real. Oh, good dodge. The frame started dropping. I'm like, well, guess we're gonna crash.
Limbus Company!
God. Oh, goodbye, bitrate. I need to go replenish my coffee. Why did my solar thing not open? Also, my landing things are up. Bruh. Who just shut out Limbus Company? Probably Chewy. He really likes that one. I was like a day away from removing it. Oh wait. Oh well, fighters, yeah. Base building, fishing, cooking, corvettes. Actual multiplayer. I mean, it's like... The multiplayer is extremely optional, but... The settlements are cool. I like maintaining my settlement and my fleets. Howdy. Alright, science man. Oh. Oh, he's just dead. What if I just never go?
Alert. Navigational data received.
Yeah, well, this is my fighter. I don't like it that much. At least, mostly the exterior. I know I could change it if I buy the color schemes and stuff, but I don't know. For now, I'm kind of like, whatever. Let's just leave it as is. It's very green. Why it's green? Also, leaving the spider always causes me to, like, smack into it. No matter which thing I leave through. And for what? Smack that all on the floor. Smack that till you get more. So how quickly does this thing actually, like, replenish? It has automatic recharging, but, like... honestly, it's not even worth asking, because I can travel so far before it starts, like, diminishing. I was wondering how rare the title is for the characters, because I have what is it? Iteration 1. I wonder how many people have it. It's a cool one. I think it's so many people refunded that. These Voice of the Void posts are getting unhinged? Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, man. It happened on the in the space channel as well. On Discord, in the Discord. Though, I think the one that you're talking about for voices was related to Voices of the Void. For the space one, it was completely... why? Why, God? It's bound to happen. But it's cringe. The Korvax word for A. We do be learning. This is quite the journey. Oh, this must be it, right? Yeah. Yeah, seriously, where are they? These Korvax, man. Hello. Oh man, what if he just dies because I clicked the wrong button? Error. Great. Return to the scientist. Slash me spins this chair. That's not the chair. This guy's spoiled that Rose would be here. Everyone downvote Juvie. What's up, Rose?
Units received.
No, go away from me. Oh my god. He's stuck. Oh well, goodbye. Could be worse. It could be the one that was posted in the Space Channel.
Life support power low.
How you doing? Doing alright. And you? This hill is very hilly. It's great for fast travel or jetpack travel. The Scientist by Coldplay. I must replenish my coffee. Yeah, the bitrate gets obliterated during these travel sequences. I didn't really think about it when I initially was like, yeah, I'm gonna stream this. At least it clears up pretty fast. We need to teleport and look at our settlement. Oh, that was crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah, do your business, I guess. Hey, I think I got what you wanted, yeah? Okay, my bad. I thought I had what you wanted, but I guess not. My mistake. Any humans? Ew. What's wrong with you? I don't think so, actually. I think everything is. I'm not even human myself. I don't think there are any human-esque things. Industrial room, a spacious chamber with an industrial aesthetic for expanding habitable spaces inside large spaceships. I like the tech rooms. Oh, I don't have the... Oops. True. I mean, I guess you could pretend to be human. I have, like, alien noises when I take damage. You can RP it. The Daft Punk guys are, like, robot aliens. Okay. I pretend to be human every day. Me too. Oh no, I pretend to be a raccoon every day. You live your dreams, man. I'm living the dream. I'm living the dream. Being an alien. Alright, how's the settlement looking? Nothing? Nothing at all? We're at 2 million in debt. It's looking good, guys. It's looking great. But we're catching up. We're getting there. At long last. If only I didn't choose this. I found this completely by chance. So I didn't really, you know, make the choice of location or anything. This place is suboptimal in most capacities. Oh, scientist is rebooting. I have to wait an hour and 26 minutes. Understandable. This is still timing down. 20 minutes. Damn. All right, we're entering the Warframe era. We gotta do all the waiting.
Technology recharge.
All right, next. I want to go to space station. I want to see if I can find a settlement on my home world. That would be extremely convenient. I guess it doesn't really matter what station I go to. Just thinking like... Enjoying the cold? Is it that cold out there right now? Do I not have a teleport to... I mean, whatever. So it's pretty warm today. Not that cold tonight, but it's cold. Now, what is cold for you guys again? You guys buying anything crazy? Buy this.
Units received.
Nope, 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 nope. Terrible. Terrible. You. Yeah, whatever, dude. Give me the settlement.
Product received.
No, wait. We're teleporting home. My only concern is it's gonna hit me with like, yeah, you need the Ubermensch. You need the Uber driver to claim this settlement. I'm crying again. Just don't. If you are cry, just don't cry. Please. Please be affordable. About 10 Celsius, it feels too cold under anything under. You don't want to get out of bed? That's about 50, I think, for you. No, I use Celsius. But yeah. My comfort temperature is like 15 Celsius, 16 maybe. If you are sad, just don't. If you do cry, but then why? I kind of like the location of this place. Hello. It would be cool if you rendered in, because your walls are currently missing. That's alright though, I guess you don't need walls. Haha. Walls are kind of overrated. Oh, okay, those are walls. Alright, what do we need to claim this place? I kind of like it. I mean, it's very unique. It has no walls. Everything's C-class. Yeah, that's a little concerning, but you know, we can make do with it. Oh, wow, you don't even have the pillar. 3 convergence cubes. Rude citizens. Full of parasitic eggs. 10 is good too. Anywhere between like 10 and maybe like 17 on the centigrade scale is pretty good. My most ideal is like 15, because you can either wear a hoodie or not. Oh, there we go. Everything's loading in. Unlucky. Reduces citizen happiness. Man, this place is kind of awful. Where are my convergence cubes? Okay, I need to make like a beacon or something here, because... Or I could just build... No, do I want a second base? Not really. How do I mark this place down? Because I'll lose it if I fly away. I mean, I suppose I can make a temporary base and then just destroy it. Within existing base. Ah. Yeah. Wow, really? Wait. Is it just because it's the... I mean, can I tag this place? Okay, I can. I think that'll keep it for a little bit. I want it, I just need to go to my storage. Okay. I mean, no, 10 is... It really depends. Also, like, on the wind and everything. I understand. There's certainly, like, a fine line between ideal and cold. And sometimes 10 could actually be freezing. Sometimes 16 can be hot. Sometimes it could be kind of cool. There's, like, a lot that, like, you know, the wind... Sometimes you're like, just your environment. Temperature is relative, you say? Sure. If that's how that works, Mr. Scientist Man. I'm not very scientist core. I hate humidity, but I also can't stand dry heat, so I don't know. There's no winning. Dry heat is like... There's discomfort in it because it's just too... heat. Humidity makes you feel like you're suffocating and dying. So either you want to melt or you want to suffocate and die. I get both of those. Yeah, but like every place has a very specific... I think, right? A specific focus. Or is there actually just a place that can be both? Alright, here's our new village, our new settlement that I'm gonna work on. Well, I guess we should just meet the residents first. Texas is hot and always above 80% humidity. Yeah, that's not ideal. That kind of blows. Summer humidity. This is nice. Look at this guy. He's zooming. Hurrying to farm module. I mean, they're trying to work here. This is good. They're putting effort into the... I think this place would look really nice at night. I'm gonna have to watch out for sentinels. They're probably gonna end up attacking a lot. What a great time to have 1 billion metal plating. Okay, this is gonna give me a moment. I'm going to, really quick, go heat up more coffee. BRB. You can cook steak on the sidewalk. Oh, God. Three microprocessors. Yeah. That kind of blows. Gotta go buy those. I'd like to move the fleet over here as well. But I think that would cost... Can I do that? Maybe I can. Does it make sense for them to be here, though? Epic. Welcome to my home system. I haven't even explored this whole place yet. I mean, it's only 3 planets, but... time I played this game was when they finally fixed it and one new DLC was out. I like that all of the stuff is free. I'm just curious, like, how are they still maintaining this game? Is there just a lot of... Are there a lot of players? Oof. Alright, just buy 5.
Product received.
You know what, buy one more.
Product received.
Once the office is done, we'll be able to teleport around. It'll be a lot easier. But he still continues his penance. It's kind of insane. I mean, they still haven't given, I think, everything that was promised, if I understand correctly, but... Makes you want to buy the game just out of respect. Huge respect, honestly. I was this game's #1 hater. And they have blown me away with all this at this point. Camera is not free and most money came from that, but everything after that was still... No, that's what I mean. The game itself is... Yeah, you gotta buy it. But every update has been free for like 10 years. I just don't get it, man. How? There's also there's no like microtransactions. You can't just acquire money in game. There's nothing. How? This is it's basically an MMO. Crime? It's gotta be. Something's gotta, like, I don't know. I just don't get it. They probably don't really need much money. I guess. I don't know. I wonder how many players they have. SteamDB. No Man's Sky. 9,000 in-game at this current moment. Oh wait, is the game normally $60? Oh. It just goes on sale a lot. Dude, 212,000 players, August 2016. Holy. I guess my curiosity is really with the... Oh my god, the interior is glowing. Grass. Okay. We can make them happier by having a bar, or we get a utility module that gives us productivity. Now, the approval rate is actually more towards the environmental control unit, which is really funny. Because they would be happier with the saloon. But I want more productivity, so we're going right for it. Let's go. Where's it at? What do we need? Excellent. Man, this looks nice at night. How long is this gonna take? Was it 20 minutes? Alright, cool. Well, now I'm officially managing 2 settlements and a fleet. I mean, they have like predetermined spots. It's almost like Battle for Middle-earth. Like, there's areas where stuff will go. You don't really choose where they go, I guess. But you can choose what it is that goes there. It might just upset the settlement if you make the wrong choice. Okay. Adds public artworks, which will make people 4% happier. And we'll go 50k into debt. You know what? The joy will probably speed up the workflow a little bit. I think we need it. They suffer here, man. Can't type on laptop yet? I know that feeling. Alright, what do we need to upgrade this to A class? Mind control device. Alright, I don't know what that is. Alright, real quick. I'll go make sure that the coffee doesn't explode. Sup? Google saying Hello Games makes money from No Man's Sky primarily through initial game sales and by continuously attracting new players with consistent free content updates rather than microtransactions or subscriptions. The high volume of sales over several years, combined with a small development team, keeps the game profitable. That's impressive. Props to them, seriously. It is very, very impressive. Building construction site. What? What do I need a construction site for? What am I constructing? Wow. I want everything to just exist on this planet. We have a settlement now, which is great. The settlement is a little far. It's 5 hours away. My capital ship is here now. I probably might move it closer to this base, to be honest. I think it'd be better by the base than by the settlement. Granted, I guess... I don't know, actually. Too close to orbit. We can also get those scans done now. Let's go do that. They keep most of the money in the bank and get money back every month from that. I guess that's how they're making sure it keeps going. Yeah, you know, it's true. The development team is small. So I guess the cost isn't that crazy. It's just when you see how big this game actually is, I'm like overwhelmed. And they just manage. They just don't really care. They just be doing it, man. It's impressive. A small team made this. You know, like, damn. Yeah, I guess that's true. They don't... They don't got like a billion members. Crazy. Okay, let's do a big ping or scan of the system because we haven't done that yet for here. Alright, so what do we got? Copper, phosphorus, sodium, solanium. So Torrid planet. And high radio source planet. It's like pink. What's going on over there? Extreme radioactivity. We do need uranium, so I suppose we're gonna go visit Planet Pink. 6 to 15 people during its initial, with roughly 16 to 17 members listed at launch in 2016. Even back then, I felt bad, but like, dude, I was so bummed out by the entire thing. And I think it's valid, no matter what the team size is, to be disappointed when, you know, you spend so much time trying to hype up the game to your friends, and then it comes out and it's just bad. It was terrible. But now, this is great. Game of the year, guys. From now on, every time the Game Awards happens, I'm just gonna vote No Man's Sky for... Oh. Sub homie, how can I help you? Oh, trading, huh? Show me. Cactus flesh. Oh, convergence cubes. You also have selenium. Gold. We'll take the gold.
Product received.
Maybe you'll buy something off of me. Like... Nope. All of my goods are very low on demand. It's kind of disappointing. I mean, here. You want pirate transponders?
Received. Product received.
To IBM. Goodbye. They made sure to redeem themselves, and they absolutely did. Like I said, I woke up every day hating on this game. Eventually I'm like, alright, okay. Everyone says that they improved. I'm not gonna try it myself, but I have no reason to not believe the people who play it now. But I won't play it. And recently I went through like this major like gaming slump where all games are just extremely boring. I'm really still going through it, but what in the world? Oh, that's the sky. I'm like, what? Yeah, this is yeah. Fart Planet. Very high mountains. Ooh, wow. Okay then. No Man's Sky. It's kind of giving Subnautica. Why do I feel like some sort of Leviathan's gonna come out of the... Hey, Ghost. Hey, Ma, how you doing, man? That's tomorrow? Yes. Subnautica is tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be good. Dude, these are very high up mountains. Like, they're piercing the clouds. After Phasma, right, or is that off? I can't decide. But I think we'll just do Phasmo. Ghost is gonna stream some Nautica tomorrow. Good, very EP after a long day and D&D. I want to do more Voice of Void tonight, but family stuff tomorrow too. Yeah, that's fair. Wow, this planet sucks. How am I gonna find uranium here? Oh, hello. What do we got? Yeah, Ghost has been playing voices. Dude, Ghost, you might be able to fix Joe the Lion's sleep schedule. Yeah, he streamed it.
Falling.
And I missed it. It was extremely early in the morning. Like, you probably went to bed when he went live. You on green fart cloud. Uranium should be easiest to find, no? Yeah, you'd think so, but when it's so green, how in the... What is that? Oh, it's just a plane.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Extreme radioactivity. Hi there. Please don't tell me to scan... Here. Okay, thank you. Excellent. What do we got? What do we got? Solar mirrors. Oh god. Pirate for sure. I'm convinced. Did you invest in your I can't even hear myself. What are you? You're just an orb. You don't even exist as a scan. I hate the TikTok noise there. Is it over? Yo, this banger, we should keep playing it. It's so loud. It's loud for me. Probably okay for you guys. What is this? Hello? Gender male. That cannot be Leafeons. Oh god, how many did you queue? What is that? No, 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 no. Hey, Baby Beans, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Why is it purple here?
Units received.
What? Might as well put the music itself as a whole. This guy's crazy.
Radiation protection stabilizing.
Crazy, I say. Oh my goodness. How much does it cost?
Warning. Incoming.
Yeah.
Limbus Company!
4 milli. Just keep hearing Pedro. Oh, you know, the usual. That is a big sky centipede.
Units received.
All right, I need uranium.
Radiation protection.
And here's the radioactive storm. You know, for a planet that says high abundance of uranium, they really don't have a lot. It's not a lot of it. Oh my god. Surely I have the resources, right?
Technology prepared.
Excellent. Dude, we have so much inventory space. Okay, wait, I'm scanning for like this.
Radiation
Oh,
protection.
what is the
falling.
chemical thing for uranium? Clearly none of these. No. No. Dude, I hate it here. Isn't uranium just you? I thought so. But there is something here that just is you, so I don't know. Thank you again, Omega Wolf, for going crazy mode. I actually just restocked on my Tim Hortons coffee a moment ago. Is that it? You see that? This is quite the spawn zone, or landing zone. Okay, there's a uranium deposit.
Radiation protection falling.
Yeah, whatever. I have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Jeez. Whose uranium? Uranium. Is this gonna have uranium? Surely, right? No, it's carbon.
Received.
Carbon? Carbon? Where's the deposit? We saw it a moment ago.
Radiation protection. Falling.
I'm just looking for uranium. Dude, what is this? I can't dig through here. How do I get there? This is crazy.
Power.
Yeah, understand. This is like 100 something bits every single time. How do I use this? How do I nod? Impressive. Truly.
Units received.
It's like wedged into the mountain. I can't get to there. Thanks, Omega Wolf. You're insane. You are crazy.
Units received. Units received.
No, that's what I mean. How does this happen? If it was one streamer, you know, lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
The Omega Oiler 98. I just, how? I need to like have mind reading capabilities. What is happening? You see this like weird rift? Later, Omega Wolf. You are insane. Insane. I'm overwhelmed. Think if my dopamine receptors still functioned, I'd be losing my mind even more. This is the worst planet I've found. Oh, is that uranium? I think we're so back. Never mind. Clearly, yeah. I keep saying some sort of like... Some sort of, what do you call it? This is sodium. I'm pissed. Oh my god. Some sort of Canadian prince. It's just the only explanation. Dude, this Sky Rayquaza, but it's...
Radiation protection.
I wish it was Rayquaza instead. I really hate centipedes. Wait, what are you? Copper? Uranium! Yes! It's crazy out here, man. How did this happen? You know, the funniest thing is this always happens during, like, the most unimpressive gameplay streams. Like... This is just No Man's Sky. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. But I'm so, like, fried on games at the moment. There's nothing, like, really content pulling, if that makes sense. Everything's just kind of snoozer. I'm not gonna play Marvel Rivals. A lot of grindy games lately, yeah.
Units received.
Honestly, it's just gonna continue because Subnautica. And then after Subnautica, it might be Final Fantasy XIV. It's just crazy. How much do we have? 144 uranium. How much did I need for that mission? $250. Alrighty then. Our real friends want to play. I want to stream it, but I also hope to play with any other peeps. I'm just I'm playing it solo. It's just the easiest because first and foremost, I think the game is the scariest when you're solo. To be quite honest. I think this is the uranium we already found. It's like wedged into the mountain. Or is this it? Oh. Uranium at 256? 235? I don't know, you tell me. What does this look like?
Radiation protection falling.
Looks like gold from here? Yeah,
Alert.
yeah.
Navigational data received.
Oh. We got enough. Huge. I don't know, everyone that I would normally watch at the moment, they're either not playing games, or they're playing like Pragmata, or they're playing like some sort of travel game. Like Euro Truck Sim or something.
Weather warning.
Oh god.
Incoming storm.
Radioactive supercell approaching. What? Yellow cake. Likely uranium oxide. Oh dear. Supercell. Supercell is a really good song by a Japanese artist as well. Although it was used for the Monogatari series, so... L. Big L. Terrible anime. Gold. Bartoria. King Gizzard aren't Japanese. Yeah, but you make these weird errors all the time, like the Venga Boys. I don't know. Where in the world am I delivering the goods? It's still on the planet? Oh, man. Kingo Gizzardo. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't like to track, you know, the objective. It's very strange. Final. Is there? I don't know. I'm actually not a JoJo's fan, to be honest. Hello there. Sup, I'm here to deliver. Yo, Uber here. Here's your 250 uranium, alright? I'm out of here. Wait. We should speak to the locals. Hello. How do you survive here? Friendship symbol. Power? That's not friendship. Hey. Would you like to be friends? Teach me of your language. Mystery symbol. Process. Hello. Teach me of your language. Trade symbol. Okay, you taught me something I already knew, I guess. L. Hello. Teach me of your language. Travel symbol. Where? Excellent. That's a nice... Wow, that one looks sick, right? I like that one.
Radiation protection falling.
Famous, met 40 aliens. Sure did. Get me out of here. This place is awful. Famous! We did it. We met 40 people. Now I'm famous. What is torrid? Is it, this is just a desert planet? Is that what it is? I mean, it just, that's what it looks like. Man, games really let you do experience things you can't do in real life. Joke's on you. I've met plenty of aliens before. Toxic grenade launcher from Warframe. Oh my god, I do remember that. I think my friend got it. I hated grenade launchers. Fish. Warp hypercore. Salt-laced honey cake. Interesting. I already have that gun. It is my current gun. No. Stop it. No. Hello. Oh, the song's hidden. I'm digging this. Friendship. Required. Now, how is that a friendship symbol? Oh, wait. Yeah, I got my exosuit expansion. My domain expansion. Flashbang gun plus Mirage. Oh, Ooh. Wait. Oh, there we go. I mean, I'm buying it too. Hell yeah. Mirage is one of my favorites, and Valkyr. You are a 2 gamer. Yeah. Sometimes even a 3 gamer. Those two were my mains early on. I meant Shrew. Well, I just thought you meant because Mirage can duplicate. Can make clones. So I was like, yeah, I'm 2 gamer. Lol. Yeah, man. What are your demands? No pending decisions. Very well. Open the pod bay doors. Another metal plating. Is that another 20 minutes? Yes. This is silly. The grass is so tall, it literally grows into my structure. Was the one with the windows? Windows. Yeah, I think that was, I don't know. You might just be talking about Mirage. I don't even know who I changed to afterwards. I just played a lot of Valkyr. And I worked on Valkyr Prime, but then it was pointless because Valkyr fell off in the, like, in the ratings. And I'm like, okay. Then I realized that shouldn't matter because I'm not doing, like, super late game content anyway. What was the structure we built again? I don't remember. What did I build here?
Toxic protection falling.
One Lemium? Don't we have? Is that on the base? I need a storage facility here somewhere, man. Oh, Gaara. From Naruto. Lemium. No, I don't know. Did I just not have Lemium? Doth thou have Lemium? You do have chromatic metal.
Product received.
Yoink.
Product received.
Dirty bronze. Broberon main? Main got too much hate? Which one's that? That one sounds familiar. I think my friend also played. Still not as much as Limbo. I thought Limbo was kind of overrated. Not enough to be like a hater or anything, but... Radiation Paladin-esque one? Oh. Why'd they hate? Why'd they hate him?
Product received.
Oh my god.
Product received.
Oh, finally, someone will buy it.
Units received.
Thank you. Everything's like terrible. Look, all these in the minuses. His parts were too easy to get. I wanted Mesa, I think, at one point. I don't remember who I was working towards anymore. It was a lot. But Valkyr Prime was my like main objective for a long time. Mira. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I thought it was a pirate site. I'm like, wait, no. Non-stop heals, 100% radiation damage, extra armor, and a second life if you get downed. That actually sounds sick. There was the music one. It starts with like, what is it, Ophelia or something? Ophelia? I wanted that one as well. Oh, Octavia. Yes. That's the one. Oh, they're buying stuff here.
Units received. Units received.
Alas, no lemium still. But you do have antimatter.
Units received.
And frost crystals.
Units
Oh, those are mine.
received.
I was gonna say, that's kind of crazy. 3 mil? No, I'm good. Urgh. No. Atlas interface. Oh yeah, this is the system. Let's do Malevola. Actual songs were abilities instead of spammable buffs? Yeah. That's all like too. I tried to stay away from the whole like meta thing and not just go for meta frames, but you know, when people were like, well, in endgame you're gonna suffer, I was like, ooh. Epic Sax Guy song? Yes! I think Yulin did as well, or something. Yulin had some crazy ones. We didn't play much together. Ooh. Dude, where is this stuff? Cortex. All I remember from Warframe last time is working towards a very specific quest line. It's so hard to remember now because it's been so long, but I mean, not that long, but long enough to forget.
Product received.
And
Product received.
we buy dirt. I needed to get through like all of the main quests to a certain point to unlock a planet, but then to unlock the planet I had to do another thing, and then I had to build something, and I was like, this is too much, man. Too much. What's up, Lunaris? I never had much interest in Warframe. I like Warframe, or I liked it for a time. No. I need those. Chromatic metal. Yoink.
Product received.
Hello? I need lemium, please? Ooh.
Product received. Product received.
This is some crazy, like... People probably do this all the time. There's probably a better way to make money in this game, but... 3,000 hours worth out of it. My gameplay time outpaced the content coming in, so I grew too tired of it. I played when it first released, and then I played again on PlayStation 4 because my friends were all on the PlayStation 4. Boom.
Units received.
Oh, boom.
Units received.
28%,
Product received.
22%.
Product received.
Lemium, please. Any Lemium at all? Yes! Okay, wow. I'm gonna get 5.
Product received.
Now I go back and I don't know where to start, so I'm fine leaving it alone. I go back and I just try to hard grind the main story content, and then I get bored. I'll tell you, like, if you combined Destiny 2's story, proper story, Marathon's, like, aesthetic, size and travel of, like, No Man's Sky, and add some, like, Warframe combat or something into there, I don't think I would ever play a different game ever again. But it's asking for so much that I understand why, obviously. Alright, there we go. Upgrading that thing once more. I didn't even see what it looked like. Statistically. More productivity is good. What's up, guys? This planet is so painful, man.
Falling.
But I committed and I didn't want to just drop it. So I'm like, alright. We're here. This is what we're doing now. Alright, all of my settlements are basically a Boards of Canada reference, but instead we go with, like, Boards of something. So, let's see. What do I call this one? Could do Boards of Kaini since this is the home territory. It's an Aki Rubium. Boards of Kaini, because that's what the base is. We gotta work on a lot of this though, God. I hope that we can somehow speedrun the productivity on this one, so we don't end up in 2 million units of depth. That would blow. 5 minutes on this, cool.
Life support power. Low.
Damn, my life support has just been like draining in this game.
Technology recharge.
I mean, you know, the only reason I really got back into this, aside from the fact that there were no games to play, is there were no space games that I really wanted to play. Destiny 2 is good as dead. Marathon is okay, but Marathon has one big problem, and that's... I don't like extraction shooters. So, it's already by default lower tier than the typical average video game. Alright, I gotta go deposit stuff. Wait, what do you mean construction pending? Essentially, all of these bad things need to get outplayed by new good things. Fortunately, this one only has 4 bad, but like, it's not good. It's not good. I'm glad it at least has increased productivity. Occasional population loss is horrifying. For parasitic eggs. Why don't we just clear them out? You know what I mean? Unimpressed by the Overseer. Really? In due time. It'll be good. It'll be insane. You're just not ready to see the vision. I feel like these people can't complain. Like, this is the nicest area to have, like, a base. Your downsides are that you're full of parasitic eggs, but I don't see any. Unlucky. Rude citizens, whatever. We're in New York. Big deal. And you're built on a fault line, alright? That's your fault. Why'd you build on the fault line then? You know, like, what? I'm not taking the blame for that. It's all you guys. What's there to not be impressed by? I've already built the Overseer's office. New York in space. Exactly. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. Amazing, beautiful. Hollow Terminus. Nope, this is just the glowing stuff is just grass. That's why I like that planet, because it's got like glowing grass, but it's not constant glowing, it's like a strobe. It's so cool. It's like that bioluminescent water, but instead it's red grass. And it's got bubbles! This planet has bubbles! Oh, this is my first base ever, isn't it? Yeah, I hate this place. This place is awful. But there's something at a nearby system that we can accomplish, so let's go do that. I would take this base down, but, you know, it's got history. Being the first one of its kind. Alright, what system nearby has a mission? This one? Out of jump range. Clarity 14. I'm confused. It says Coband is the area with like a... What? Is it this? Potential yields. Mission signals detected. Uh-huh. Okay, so I get that. Is that the only one in the entire... There's no way. Space, the final frontier. Goodbye, bitrate. Dude, it instantly breaks. Oh my god, that was instantaneous. You don't even get, like, a split frame of, like, what it looks like. Obliterated. It's crazy. But it also instantly fixes, which is nice. I wonder if there will be a day where, like, you can stream, at least on Twitch, and the bitrate will not just explode. Let's go to... Let's go to our home. Our actual home planet. Off stream, I'm probably gonna finally work on the house some more and make like a dock, a fishing dock. When the other big company takes over and Twitch dies, they have better frame rates. Maybe. I just don't know how likely it is for Twitch to die at this point. I feel like if Amazon wanted it, like, gone, it would have already happened. For the sake of the timeline, consider that a joke? Very fair. Ah, here we go, see? The neighboring system has exactly what we need. Let's get this mission out of the way. Oh, this looks weird. Uh-oh, war.
Hostile ships approaching.
Oh god, I'm getting blasted. Help me. Dude. This ship is a menace. Oh my god. I mean, they're like barely hitting my shields. They're only blah 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 blah. They're almost at half.
Hostile ships defeated.
What'd I get? Huge. Cool. Was good. Interloper. Yeah, I'll stop by for my reward.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Now this is a... Wow. Place your bets. I'm gonna bet like 30 million units to buy this. Every time I see Aiko play this game, it makes me want to play it, but I know my file's like no progress at all. I mean, I got some pretty good progress in for not a lot of playtime, in my opinion. This is a completely new playthrough. I mean, I literally could not play my OG playthrough from 2016. It is so incompatible that I just can't. I can't do anything with it. Mafia 3 of 3. Hey, look at that. The AI bubble finishes popping, and we see there isn't a full need for Gen AI, and all of the infrastructure needs to either be thrown out or repurpose that. That's definitely a parallel world we're living in. Universe. Pathetic interloper. Just how much? I want to know how much it costs. 30 mil. I knew it. I knew it, dude. Wow, you think you're so special because you have a supercharged warp core resonator? Look, just give me the money. They're gonna go for which? For this, this whole thing. Damn, we got a lot of gold. Giant space station? The giant freighter. I mean, it's as good as... Yeah, basically it being a giant... Whoa. Okay, this is record-breaking for me. We have just discovered a system with 6 planets. I've only ever seen 5. What? Arid planet mineral oh, okay. Survey location. What do we got? Flourishing planet. We have to go see that after. I'm just inspecting all of this. So, yeah, these are not moons. These are actual... Incandescent planet? We have to go look at that. Frozen planet. Icy abhorrence. Oh. What's up, Dee? What is that to the left? Is that just ice? Forsaken planet. But it's blue. It's so blue. Did we get everything for that? Okay. Man, there's a lot to unpack here. I want to see the incandescent one. Ooh, that's far. Yeah, no ocean planet. Unfortunate. I've been looking, dude. I've been trying to find a nice ocean planet. What could an incandescent planet even look like? Yep, there goes the bitrate. I have found a monochromatic planet. Dude, this is so far away. Oh my god. Hello. Well, it's already losing rating for me because it is just mountains. Oh. Let me see if we could maybe find a building somewhere. Might be a little tough. What is this? Phosphorus. Well, I'm glad he doesn't take fall damage. What are these?
Thermal protection falling.
Okay, well, infrequent heat storms. Oops. I need the daytime, because I don't... Incandescent, I guess it just turns everything purple. It's got like a very purple filter. We already have a mountain home, so you know we're ruling that out. Oh, this is okay. Here's some flat land. If you bought a fighter, would your friends be able to visit that if they joined you? Yes. They would. You can play together. What in the world is this? Ow. My bad. What? Is this pirate territory? I can't land. It's not letting me land. What is this? Harvestable Sentinel technology.
Units received.
Trash rat.
Chacona, thank you for the follow. Yes, you can play with others. They can visit your stuff, you can visit theirs. The only thing is that, like, objective-wise, I don't know if you can do stuff together. At least not like bounties and whatnot. If you... Ooh. We might lock in and try to do this. This could be my first death.
Thermal protection falling. Units
Are they hostile?
received.
Well, it's a sentinel structure. Sentinels are like, I don't know, the enforcers of this game. I'm really not trying to mess with a mech. Just I have some respect. Boundary active archive terminal. Oh my god, I could just shut down the port. Wait, what? Sleep of the night. Lower damage potential. I mean, I could just take it for free. And then I could extract whatever. Paralysis mortar. Overclocked prediction for scanning. Optical drill. Add, wait, more resources. It does have an upgrade. This could just be my new, like, main. Imposter detected. Voice of the Hive. Once we had no need for visual manifestation or physical form, our invisible eyes would record, sort, delete the life and death of every world there ever was or would be. We had no thoughts, no personality, no dreams. Oh, I just made him blow up. The icon's gotta throw me off. Is there skills? I mean, it's like, whoa, what? Hold on. I'm so confused with all these. Oh, I guess we want the gun, right?
Protection falling.
Fix the A-class one, break down the components in your C-class to repair A? Yeah. Well, the new one's A, right? It's a Bedlam Asylum. Oh, yeah, yeah. This should be an easy fix, I say, and then I see ammonium. I mean, it has supercharged slots.
Thermal protection
We
falling.
have all of this. Yeah, this could be pretty good. Oh, wait, what was its, Firestorm? Yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Can't scan that, by the way. Not yet. No, you just can't at all. Quite the despair. People are asking Sean to just remove the little like icon for it. It's not a distance thing? No. I've gotten pretty close to one of those. Oh wait, did I grab this? Crazy.
Thermal protection falling.
All right. Well, we checked out the incandescent one. It is definitely a planet. What was the other one that I wanted to see? Flourishing. Goodbye, bitrate. yeah, you were asking about the skills. No, but there's like, you can upgrade things to like, you can essentially add modules to your gun and stuff that are almost like skills. You can enhance a lot of this, like your exosuit, your starship, your multi-tool, your freighter. It's more like modules, right? So like if I want to add something to this multi-tool, right, I can do bolt caster or, you know, enhance the bolt caster. Good night, Schubert. Later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hello. What do you got? Ooh, you do got. You do got. But maybe I got something even better for you. I don't. 99.7%. Wow. Not a fan. You know, man, I think I'm good. All of my trade products are like, no one wants them at the moment. I could sell the cargo links. I don't know if I really plan on doing much with the Corvette.
Units received.
Cool. Oh, cadmium. Can't complain about that. Ooh, this looks kind of nice. I mean, it is flourishing, which I think is like the second closest thing to Paradise Planet. Paradise is the most ideal, but I think flourishing is like the tier underneath, just because flourishing might still have bad storms or something. Or they're the same. But there are no sentinels here, which is interesting. I found a Paradise Planet, but it was like all mushrooms, so I was like, this sucks. Damn. What is that? Oh. Just parts. Alright, there's a lot going on. I'm surrounded by things. What are you?
Units received.
Whoa.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Ow. Boiling superstorms, yeah. Sounds about right.
Units received.
Okay, I mean, I like the, I like the critters on this planet.
Units received. Units received.
Okay. What is this?
Units
The one
received.
singular tree on the mountain, it's blue. Different from all the other ones. Oh, is that a floating island? That's kind of sick.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
I don't like that. Is it like half? Oh my god, it's like kind of, there's deserts as well. This is different. I've not yet... What are you? I've already scanned you? You look weird. Yeah, these things I'm not a fan of.
Received.
The Stabevia. They look kind of weird. Creature, please.
Units received.
Whoa. That's kind of cool. It's given like Staravia.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Weather warning.
Ow.
Incoming storm.
Okay, we'll have to see how the storm goes. I'm curious.
Units received.
Activated copper on here is nice. Alright. Extreme weather. Extreme storm, okay?
Thermal protection.
Oh man. Okay, okay. It's bad. It's worse than I thought it would be. Jeez. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Alright, let's go do our objective. Which planet was that? In the arid planet. So long, bitrate. What was that? Space Leviathan? Surely not. What is happening? Huh. All right. Okay.
Thermal protection falling.
So what is my objective here? It like super burns to be on this planet. Scan unique. Okay.
Units received. 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 Units received.
Uh-huh. One more.
Thermal protection falling. Units received.
Excellent. Is this just a quest from you guys? Okay.
Units received.
Cool. No, I need that. You can't have it. No. No scout. You want any of my stuff? Minus 20. Oh, I don't want to sell it. Man. Tough crowd. All right. Let's see. Settlements. Construction pending, didn't we? Is it done? There's no way. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, what about our other one? Should be done by now, I'm sure. Oh my god, they're almost at 1 million debt already? Dude, how? Like, dude, how, man? How long will this take? 20 minutes? Yes. This place is good, though. The storm is extremely, extremely infrequent. Atlas. We. Experiment. What is that? Oh. I want to, like, explore and find everything for this planet. Just max it out. I think we found all but, like, one creature, because it's underground, and I don't particularly go underground. Maybe I'll find a cave somewhere and find this creature. Oh yeah, there's no landing pad. I was like, huh, why did do that? Alright, we'll have to work on upgrades soon as well. This place is nice, dude. Now this is a settlement. Nope. It's my base. Cool. Alright, video gamers. Video gamers and non-video gamers, I think that will conclude the video game today. I'll probably get to work on this later. Get that fishing dock activated. I think that'd be cool. Maybe. Or it'll suck. Who knows? Anyways, thanks for hanging out today. Be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a little odd because we're doing Phasmo, but we're also doing Subnautica 2 because Subnautica 2 comes out. It's gonna be a weird mix. Who we got streaming? We got Ty. I don't know if he's gonna keep going. He's doing Guild Wars 2 though. Alright, cool. Go say what's up. Thanks for hanging out today. Have a good rest of your days. GG's from me. Be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST as per usual. Be sure to follow my social media, Discord, if you're not done so already. I greatly appreciate that. And I think that's it. Hell yeah. All right. GG's and peace from me.